The Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privileges of the floor will kindly retire to the gallery. The senators and all in attendance will please stand and be led in prayer by the Reverend Sean Prince, Immaculate Conception Catholic Church, Hampton. Reverend Prince, welcome.
Almighty God, we come before you today to give you honor and praise. You are the source of all that is good. You are the source of all our blessings. Continue to provide your wisdom and support to these senators. Guide them to engage in meaningful discussion and fill them with the grace to make decisions on behalf of the people of the Commonwealth. Continue to remind each of us that what we do today and all that we accomplish are done in service for you and for humanity. Thank you for every gift we each have been given, and we ask you to hear our prayer. Amen.
Amen. The clerk will call the roll. All those present will please vote aye. The clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Mr. President. Senate Journal for Thursday, February 23rd, 2007.
The senior senator from Bath County moves that the reading of the journal be waived. All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted?
Continue.
Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 33, noes 5, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 33, noes 5, Rule 36. The reading of the journal is waived. The clerk will please report any communications from the House of Delegates. The senior senator, the senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm glad you corrected that. I am not senior yet, sir. Mr. President, the senator from Bath is insisting that the communication be read this morning in celebration of the next to last day. But because I do have the microphone, I respectfully move that we waive the reading of any communications received from the House of Delegates.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, should the communications from the House of Delegates, should the communication be waived? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? If any senators desire to change their votes, the clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 26, good try. Noes 11, Rule 36-2.
Ayes 26, noes 11, Rule 36-2. The reading of the communication is waived. The clerk will please report any communications from the governor.
We do not have any, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The time has come to recognize visitors to the gallery and take up other matters for the morning hour. The senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I rise for the purposes of an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Mr. President, over the last year, we've had an opportunity to have in my office a worker and a helper that came to us really the day before session began, in James Enoch. James has been an extraordinary intern for our office, and we're very pleased with the work that he has done. He is just 19 years old, but he has really performed in an extraordinary way. He has with him his girlfriend, Maddie Hanson, today. And, Mr. President, I hope that you would give James Enoch and also Maddie Hanson the warm welcome of the Senate.
Thank you, Senator. Would James Enoch and Maddie Hanson please rise? Well, welcome this morning to the gallery, and thanks for all of the great work that you've done helping Senator Newman and his staff, and I know he greatly appreciates. And Maddie, thank you for visiting us this morning as well. I would ask the members of the Senate to please join me in offering James Enoch and Maddie Hanson the warm welcome of the Senate. The senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Mr. President, I rise for the purposes of an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, and fellow members of the Senate. As many of you may recall, I came to this body very recently without much experience and have been guided by my legislative aide, Mr. George Goodwin, who has had a large amount of experience, has been able to help me complete this term almost, I hope, whenever we wrap it up the next couple of weeks. Today, we have the privilege of being visited by my legislative assistant's family. We have his son, Mr. Christian Goodwin, Mr. Goodwin's wife, Elizabeth Goodwin, and their daughter, Miss Savannah Goodwin. They are visiting us today from Louisa County. Mr. Christian Goodwin is the county administrator of Louisa County. His wife, Elizabeth, is a Piedmont, Virginia Community College career coach at Louisa County High School. They are joined by their daughter, who my legislative aide, Mr. Goodwin, says is the rock star of the family, being his granddaughter. She is a 7th grader at Louisa County Middle School. She participates in the school's Talented and Gifted program. She is a member of the National Honor Society, and Savannah enjoys competing in swimming, FFA horse judging, and English writing. Savannah is here today checking out what we do in hopes of applying to be a page next year. So I hope that we will have her on our floor as a page next year. Mr. President, I ask that you and the members of the Senate give them the warm welcome of the Senate.
I will. Thank you, Senator. Would Christian Goodwin, Elizabeth Goodwin, and Savannah Goodwin please rise? Well, thank you so much for sharing some time with us this morning. And Savannah, it sounds like you've just done wonderful things in school, and we're all so proud of you. And as you see, we have a great page program. This is our last day, so we're getting ready to have our graduation. So we're always looking for new recruits, if you will. So please put in your application for next year, and we'll look forward to seeing you here on the floor of the Senate. I would ask the members of the Senate to please join me in offering members from the Goodwin family the warm welcome of the Senate. The senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for the purpose of an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
So today we're joined by my dear friend, Father Sean Prince, who graciously gave the beautiful invocation this morning. And Father Prince, I've had several people mention all around me that it was the best of the year. But he is, while he heralds from the senator from Hampton's district, I got to know him as he served 2 years at my parish, St. Bridget, first as a deacon and then as a young priest. He now serves as pastor of Immaculate Conception in Hampton, and we're so grateful to have him here with us today.
Thank you, Senator. Would Reverend Sean Prince and your guest, Vi Bartow, please rise? Thank you all so much for being with us this morning and getting us off to a great start, and thanks for making the trip here to Richmond. We hope you come back and visit us often. I'd ask the members of the Senate to please join me in offering Reverend Sean Prince and Vi Bartow the warm welcome of the Senate. The senator from Petersburg, Senator Dance.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Joining us in the gallery today is a young man that I've grown so fond of, Mr. President, that I think of him as another son. I first had the pleasure of working with him when he served as a field organizer for the election of our former United States President, President Obama. I was amazed that such a small guy could get so much work done and always appear energetic and ready for more. Mm-hmm. I have learned that his dad's plan was to have 12 kids, Mr. President, but his mother had something to do with that plan too, so ultimately they only got one. And what an amazing one he is. Mr. President, this amazing one I speak of is my Chief of Staff, Ed Reed. He was with me in the House of Delegates, and of course, he came with me to the Senate. He has done an amazing job for me and the people of the 16th Senatorial District. Mr. President, today is a day of sadness, gratitude, and promise. Sadness because this will be his last session as my Chief of Staff, as he and his beautiful wife, Megan, are moving to Atlanta, Georgia. There is gratitude for having had the opportunity to know and work with him over the last 6 years or so. And promise, yes, promise, Mr. President, because he and his wife, Megan, have promised that he can stay on part-time in my office until the end of May to allow us to hire and train his replacement before he leaves me. And that is quite a commitment, and that's a promise he will keep. Mr. President, I say with much love, great respect, and pride and I ask that you give Mr. Ed Reed, my Chief of Staff, one whom I have often introduced to many as my John Legend, the best male legislative assistant I have ever had. Please give him the warm welcome of the Senate.
I will. Thank you, Senator. Would Mr. Ed Reed please rise? Ed, thank you so much for being with us this morning. And thank you so much for all of your commitment and the duties that you have performed across the Commonwealth. I know you've been a great assistant, Chief of Staff to Senator Dance, but you've also helped a lot of others here in Virginia, including myself, and I sincerely appreciate that. And we wish you and your wife the best down in Atlanta. I hope things go well for you there, but I hope you come back to Virginia as soon as you can, because we'll have the door open and the lights will be on for you. I would ask the members of the Senate to please join me in offering Mr. Ed Reed the warm welcome of the Senate. The senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenchain. The senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, with us today in the gallery is the father of my 2 seats over seatmate, who also happens to be a constituent of mine, Bill Holtzman. My seatmate, Senator Black, whenever any of Senator Holtzman's children are here, recognizes them for their prowess in some area or another. They either run faster, jump higher, or are better at hide and seek than any of the other children. And I don't know whether Bill Holtzman runs faster or can jump farther than any of his grandchildren, but I'm confident that they get these characteristics and traits from him. And Mr. President, with that, I would ask you to extend the warm welcome of the Senate to my friend and the father of our colleague, Senator Holtzman, Senator Vogel, Bill Holtzman.
Thank you, Senator. Would Mr. Bill Holtzman please rise? Sir, thank you so much for visiting. It's always good to see you. And just a little bit of history, your daughter, Jill, and I came into the Senate the same year in 2008, and we were actually part of forming the Commonwealth Caucus along with Senator Stewart and the deceased Senator Miller. And we've been great friends ever since, and she's been a tremendous privilege to be around and done some great things for the Commonwealth of Virginia. So as a dad, I know you're very proud of her. I'd ask the members of the Senate to please join me in offering Mr. Bill Holtzman the warm welcome of the Senate. Is there any other business for the morning hour? I know we have a lot of other guests with us in the gallery, and our graduation ceremony for the Pages will start at 11. So we're going to do a little bit of business, move through a little bit of our calendar before then. But if there are folks that I haven't introduced and we welcome all of you to the gallery today, and we look forward to the graduation ceremony at 11. I would ask that the clerk call the calendar.
Senate calendar for Friday, February 24th, 2017, page 2. Conference Committee report on House Bill 1477.
The senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, I move that we accept the Conference Committee report on House Bill 1477. Speak to that.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, this dealt with a bill that had been asked for by the treasurers of the state to facilitate better keeping of records and issuing of licenses for cats and dogs. It will allow localities to issue lifetime licenses and or yearly licenses without a fee so that they can keep better track of rabies vaccinations and things of that sort. The Conference Committee report that the Senate position basically did that. the House had added an amendment which would allow localities to require a chip to be in place. And so we've eliminated that requirement that would allow them to allow a chip. So I hope we will accept this report.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to.
On page 3, Conference Committee report on House Bill 1520.
The junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DiStefano.
Mr. President, I move that we accept the Conference Committee report. Speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
What this bill does is, House Bill 1520, it allows for ethanol-free gas to be used on farms, so specifically for farm use. That's it, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The motion is agreed to.
On page 5, Conference Committee report on House Bill 1697.
The senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley. Sorry to interrupt your breakfast, but
me too. And Mr. President, may I say it is delicious.
Good. I'm happy for you.
Thank you. Mr. President, I now move that we adopt the Conference Committee report on HB 1697 and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Members of the Senate, you may recall this bill extended the approvals with housing approvals and zoning stuff regarding the housing crisis that Virginia and the Commonwealth have been going through. This basically had a sunset provision. The bill itself had a sunset provision that they worked out in the House for 3 years. In committee, in the local government committee, we backed it off to 2 years. We've now had good negotiations and talks. We understand why it should be 3 years, and so what we did was we struck the amendment from the Senate, and we're accepting the amendments from the House. So based on that, Mr. President, I now move that we adopt the Conference Committee report for HB 1697, and I'm going back to my breakfast.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to.
On page 6, Conference Committee report on House Bill 1747.
The senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. I move that we accept the Conference Committee report.
The senator has the floor.
This basically just removes the clause from the Finance Committee that was placed on the House bill. The Senate bill has already gone on to the governor.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to.
Page 7, Conference Committee report on House Bill 1852.
The senator from Fauquier County, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the adoption of the Conference Committee report.
The senator has the floor.
Speaking to that motion, what we have done is we have effectively adopted the Senate version, and with that, I ask that the bill pass.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 9.
Ayes 31, noes 9. The motion is agreed to.
House Bill 1854, Conference Committee report.
The senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask that we concur with the Conference Committee report. House Bill 1854 is now conformed to the Senate bill where we previously accepted the Conference Committee report. There were two minor changes in it, one dealing with gifts and the second dealing with constitutional officers will continue to file their reports locally as they have been doing, sir. So I'd ask we concur with that.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Yes, if the gentleman from James City County would yield for a question.
Would the senator yield?
Yes, I'll yield.
He yields, Senator.
I thank him. I was reading the report online. I was just trying to figure out what the minor change was regarding gifts.
The senator from James City County.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
I would ask the senator what the minor change was he referred to regarding gifts.
It dealt with gifts from bona fide personal relationships.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate concur or adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. The senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The motion is agreed to.
On page 8, Conference Committee report on House Bill 1874.
The senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask that we concur with the conference committee report. I carried the companion bill of this in the Senate, and it deals with search warrants, requests before magistrates being given priority on driving under the influence cases. Some language was stricken that would have further restricted or allowed the magistrate not to give it a priority, and I would ask we accept the conference committee report.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The motion is agreed to.
House Bill 1926, conference committee report.
The senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could this go by temporarily, please?
Without objection, House Bill 1926 will go by temporarily.
On page 10, House Bill 2064, conference committee report.
The senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenchain.
Mr. President, if we could temporarily pass House Bill 2064, sir.
Without objection, House Bill 2064 will go by temporarily.
On page 10, House Bill 20, Page 12, House Bill 2282, conference committee report.
The senator from Grayson County, Senator Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 2282.
Could you speak to that just briefly?
Okay. This is basically a bill that will allow school board training on human trafficking. Basically, that training is already offered, and this will set the promulgations for the board on how that training will take place when they go back for recertification and training before they enter the school with school nurses and so forth. And I'd ask that we would accept the conference committee report.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason, did you wish to speak? My apologies. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to.
On page 13, conference committee report on 2318.
The senator from Stafford, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we adopt the conference committee report. And speaking to that,
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this bill had to do with a clarification under the birth-related neurological injuries fund, and what we ultimately did was adopted the House version, but put a delayed reenactment date or delayed enactment clause of January 2018. With that, I'd move we adopt the conference committee report.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The motion is agreed to.
On page 16, Conference Committee report on House Bill 2460.
The senator from Northern Fairfax County, Senator Howe.
I move we adopt the conference committee report. And speaking to it,
The senator has the
this
floor.
is the historic rehabilitation tax credit bill that says that nobody can get more than $5 million in 1 year. When it left the Senate, it had a 1-year sunset on it. The House had no sunset. The conference committee compromised it 2 years. So I hope you'll adopt it.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes none.
Ayes 31, noes 9. The motion is agreed to.
On page 17, Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 856.
The senator from Augusta County, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we accept the conference committee report. This is identical to the House Bill 1477 that we just agreed to the conference committee report on.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to.
On page 18, Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 899.
The junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DiStefano.
Mr. President, I move we adopt the conference committee report. Speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
This is the same one we just passed on the ethanol-free gasoline for farm use. With that, I move we pass the conference report.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to.
On Senate Bill 1034, Conference Committee report.
The senator from Northern Fairfax County, Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we accept the conference committee report. This is the same bill, basically, as the one we just did on the historic rehabilitation tax credit.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 33, noes 7.
Ayes 33, noes 7. The motion is agreed to.
On page 20, Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 1168.
The junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DiStefano.
Mr. President, I move we adopt the conference committee report. And speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
This is the neighborhood assistance tax credits, and what this does was cleaned up the code, and in the conference we actually fixed a couple of issues with it and just followed standard English grammar and diction and flow when we rewrote a couple of sections of the code. With that, I move we accept the conference committee report.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to.
Page 21, Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 1251.
The senator from Southern Fairfax County, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the conference committee report and addressing that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Yes, this is the Metro Safety Commission bill. The conference committee changes basically were technical in nature, mostly just typos that were in the bill that had to be cleaned up.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to.
On page 23, Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 1516.
The senior senator from Loudoun, Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt the conference committee report. And speaking to that motion,
the senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we had some issues regarding the dyslexia advisor. We had to get back with the people who were pushing for the bill to make sure that we had it the way that they wanted. Essentially, what we have done is the conference report is identical to the way that it came out of the Senate. That's the way that the dyslexia groups wanted it, and the House concurred in that. So it is exactly the way that every member of the Senate voted for it.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Returning to page 8 of the calendar, House Bill 1926, the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that the body accept the conference report on this. What it does, the proposed legislation exempts restaurants that are on the premises of and operated by municipal golf courses from the food requirements for license that sell alcohol. According to the Department of ABC, the bill has no expected impact or on agency operations. So, Mr. Chairman, I ask we accept the conference report.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 5.
Ayes 35, noes 5. The motion is agreed to. On page 10,
Mr. President.
The senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Mr. President, on page 7, having voted on the prevailing side by which House Bill 1852, the conference committee report was accepted, I ask that we reconsider that vote.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the conference committee report was adopted be reconsidered on House Bill 1852? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. The senator from Fauquier County, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having been previously explained, this was the bill that had to do with concealed carry permits. I ask that we accept the committee conference report.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 26, noes 14.
Ayes 26, noes 14. The motion is agreed to. Returning to page 10 of the calendar, House Bill 2064, the senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenchain.
Mr. President, I move that the conference committee report be adopted. And speaking of that, this is a domestic assault bill and it clarifies who is eligible for first offender status. The conference report simply adds the word "such" to clarify the crimes that make somebody ineligible for first offender status. So with that, I would ask that the conference report be agreed to.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to.
Page 24, House bills with governor's recommendations. House Bill 1562.
The senator from Stafford County, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we concur with the governor's amendment.
Senator has the floor.
It. Mr. President, this bill was brought by Delegate Cole to add in what I would call an orphan dam in Stafford County into this dam safety fund, and there were some other amendments made in that. Either the senator from Loudoun had a bill that included HOA dams, and I think in taking that out, they inadvertently took other localities out. So the governor's amendment just puts those localities back in the fund that already were a part of the fund. So with that, I would move we adopt the governor's amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendations? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The motion is agreed to.
House Bill 1760.
The senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1760 deals with the pump storage for Southwest Virginia. What the governor done is merely technical amendments. He's struck a section of the existing bill and moved it to its own clause and made some other grammatical changes. With that explanation, I move the bill pass.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendations? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The motion is agreed to.
House Bill 1770.
The senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that we concur with the governor's amendment in speaking that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, we had the identical Senate bill yesterday. This is a bill that related to technical education and local waivers that could be had. Mr. President, the governor struck the word teacher and wanted to indicate these are individuals who seek employment as a career technical education teacher. That's more of a technical amendment. I hope we would concur with the governor.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendations? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to.
House Bill 1884.
The senator from Augusta County, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt the governor's recommendation on House Bill 1884 and speak to that.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. When I first looked at this, I thought that the governor was just trying to confirm that he's not a feminist, but what it is in changing she to he, it just fits appropriately in the context of the bill on line 92.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendations? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to.
House Bill 1885.
The senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that we concur with the governor's amendment in speaking that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Mr. President, you'll recall we had a number of opioid bills. This is one that actually had the ability to put limits on prescription and control substances related to opioids. The governor's amendment to this bill is a provision that the first enactment in the bill will expire on July 1st, 2022. That was always the intent, and I would hope that we would concur with the governor's amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the governor's recommendations? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to.
Regular calendar, House Joint Resolution on third reading. The committee amendments have been adopted by the Senate.
The senator from Fauquier County, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the passage of HJR 693 and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we may have set a record for number of days passed by and amendments considered. You all will recall that we have addressed this for several days, or at least we had a long discussion about the double lockbox yesterday. And today, this is the HJR that is the single lockbox. And the rationale, as all of you know, for this constitutional amendment is to protect the Transportation Trust Fund. And the discussion yesterday was the general fund. Today, the discussion is the Transportation Fund. This is supported by a number of business groups around the Commonwealth of Virginia who are concerned about transportation funding. And I know we can debate whether or not and how often and to what degree it has been rated, but fundamentally, there are those who feel very, very strongly that we need to make that commitment to keep those funds locked up and committed to transportation. Among the advocates for the lockbox are the Northern Virginia Transportation Alliance, the Northern Virginia Transportation Coalition, the Northern Virginia Chamber, the Hampton Roads Chamber, the Roanoke Regional Chamber, the Northern Virginia Chamber Partnership, the Dulles Regional Chamber. I can go on, Prince William Chamber, Mount Vernon. But here's what's really critical, and there are two things I want to mention. House Bill 2313 protected the Northern Virginia Regional Transportation Funds. But there were no such protections put in place for Hampton Roads. This amendment would protect those regional dollars. So for Hampton Roads, there have been a number of advocates who've been particularly interested in the lockbox. Also, in response to some of the discussion we had yesterday, I know the senior senator from Fairfax County had really strong opinions about this and talked about sometimes the need to borrow. One thing that's critical to know about this constitutional amendment is that it has a provision to borrow from the trust fund. With 2/3 plus one vote of both the House and the Senate, you can borrow from the trust fund. So with that, I would urge the members of the body to pass the single lockbox. As you know, it's a constitutional amendment, so we'll have to come back one more time. With that, I urge passage of the resolution.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll rise to speak against the resolution. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is not a terrible idea because I myself have voted for it on occasion, particularly when I was a member of the House of Delegates. But I think it's also an idea whose time has come and gone and really should not be resuscitated. We did borrow against the Transportation Trust Fund to balance the budget back in 2002, and we paid the money back, as the senior senator from Fairfax County has already articulated. Ironically, the last time we had a budget deficit, we also borrowed from a trust fund. We borrowed from our own retirement fund. We borrowed from our teachers' retirement fund. And I know, because I'm about to introduce some folks, we got some teachers in the gallery, we borrowed against their retirement fund. Yet I don't see a constitutional amendment forbidding that. And we have a number of dedicated funds in our state budget. We have funds dedicated for mental health. I know that when we sold Northern Virginia Training Center, we set aside funds to make sure that money went to folks with developmental disabilities and mental health. So the bottom line is we're carving out transportation and saying that's on an elevated plane compared to education, mental health, and our own retirement program for state employees. Bottom line is we borrowed from these funds, we paid them back. These are not sacrosanct funds. I recognize what the gentlelady said, that there is an exit clause where you can get a 2/3 majority to avoid this prohibition, in which case Why are we even voting the prohibition if we're just going to put into place exit strategies to get around it? So I understand the politics of it. I understand that, if you cast the wrong vote, you might get a lower rating from some group. I always say, you know what? If I get a lower rating, at least they always rate me ineffective also, so it kind of balances out. But the bottom line is, this is not a good idea. This is a bad idea. And I think we're creating choices that, frankly, our constituents don't support. So I hope we vote against it.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Augusta County, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak to the bill resolution.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, I had not intended to speak to this at all, but I just want to clarify why I'm a little bit out of sync with a number of the members of my body on the other side of the aisle, and more with the majority, I think, on this side of the aisle, as far as the constitutional amendment. For those who are hesitant to place things in our Constitution that tend to be just trendy political statements, I think you ought to look hard at this, because this was I think, a trendy political statement maybe 10 years ago, whose time has come and gone. The issue really is appropriate level of funding for transportation, because we have observed that there have been dilemmas where there have been transfers of fund in a lot of different areas, but we've basically had the will to keep things in order here in Virginia, and that's what we've demonstrated that we will do. Placing this in the Constitution would just basically say, okay, we're for funding transportation without really funding transportation. We passed some initiatives here a few years ago with the initiatives in Northern Virginia and Hampton Roads, which in large part have alleviated some of the crisis situations in those areas. What you have not done, as someone who represents a significant part of rural Virginia and likes to speak for rural Virginia, we've not addressed some of the needs in rural Virginia. And the reason we haven't is because we failed to come up with a simple way of putting enough money into the Transportation Trust Fund to address concerns statewide. We're going to have to do that. Now, if you ask me to vote for a constitutional amendment, which I think does nothing, I really don't intend to do it today. If you were to ask me to vote for an increase in the fuel tax, I could justify that, and I would do it today. So, Mr. President, I will not be supporting this resolution.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rise to speak on the matter.
The senator has the floor.
Mr. President, we had a lot of conversations over the last 2 days about lock boxes and direction and whether the citizens of the Commonwealth would want it or the citizens of the Commonwealth would not want it. Just wanted to remind the body of a vote taken by members of the Senate in 2000 when I was not here, and then approved by the citizens of Virginia. And that was the lottery and the funds being delegated specifically to education. Mr. President, in that process, we allow the legislature to divert those funds from education with 2/3 of the vote, and over 83% of the Virginians thought that that was a good idea to specifically allocate those funds in that direction and put on a provision to change if it was necessary, but that is a lockbox for education, much in the same as this bill is for transportation.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall H.J.R. 693 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 17.
Ayes 23, noes 17. The resolution is agreed to.
Memorial Resolution. Senate Resolution 163. Celebrating the life of Clyde Eugene Armette, Jr.
The senator from Bath County, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move the resolution.
Thank you, Senator. All those in favor of agreeing to the memorial resolution will please rise. The resolution is agreed to.
Commending resolutions.
The senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
House Joint Resolution 1087, commending the barns at Hamilton Station Vineyards. Senate Resolution 162, commending the Virginia Military Institute Corps of Cadets. Senate Resolution 164, commending the Shenandoah County Fair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All those in favor of agreeing to the resolutions will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolutions are agreed to.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
The senator from Accomack County, Senator Lewis.
Having voted on the prevailing side by which we passed HJR 693, I ask that we reconsider that vote.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which HJR 693 passed be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The motion is agreed to. The senator from Fauquier County, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having been previously explained, I move passage of the resolution.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall HJR 693 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 24, no 16.
Ayes 24, no 16. The resolution is agreed to.
Mr. President.
The senator from Fairfax City.
Could we return to the morning hour?
That will be fine, Senator.
In that case, I rise for an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I'm going to rise for an introduction which will be glorious for me and perhaps painful for at least one other member of this body. But I want to introduce some guests here from Westfields High School in Fairfax County. Westfield High School is at the western end of the county. It's represented by myself and Senator Marsden. And we have the coaches from not one but two state champion football and basketball teams. The basketball team won the state championship last year, 74-56, and the football team won the state championship this fall for the second year in a row, 34-28 in double overtime. And those members are Terry Toll, who's the Director of Student Activities and goes by the nickname Titletown Toll, Mike Coyle, Kyle Simmons, the football coach, his daughter Summer Simmons, and Doug Ewell, who I believe is the basketball coach. And I have to mention, because he's a great friend of mine and I love this gentleman dearly, but in every single title game that Westfield won, they defeated Oscar Smith of Norfolk or Chesapeake. I know. But the bottom line is Westfield is the home of champions. I'm very proud of them, and they have representatives here today. I hope we can give them the warm greeting of the Senate.
Thank you, Senator. Would members from the Westfield High School administration and coaches please rise? Well, welcome to the Senate Gallery, and we're getting ready to have a graduation ceremony here, so you can take in all kinds of things today. But congratulations on your championship year, both in football and basketball. That's a lot to be proud of, and I would just ask that you kind of take it easy on the folks in Chesapeake. So anyway, I'd ask the members of the Senate to please join me in offering members from the Westfield High School administration and coaches the warm welcome of the Senate. The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant.
Mr. President, I rise for an introduction.
The senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I'm very honored. Joining us in the gallery today is the lovely wife of my seatmate, the senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves. Ann Reeves is joining us here today. She is a truly dynamic woman and a phenomenal partner to the senator from Spotsylvania, and I'd hope we would offer Ann Reeves the warm welcome of the Senate.
Thank you, Senator. Would Ms. Ann Reeves please rise? Ann, thank you so much for being here today. And as I remind all of the spouses and the senators, when the spouses are with us, the senators, their behavior is much improved. So we're glad you're here today, and we ask you to be here every day that you can be. So I know you all are going to have a busy year. I've been down that road, and we certainly wish you the best as you all move forward. I'd ask the members of the Senate to please join me in offering Ms. Ann Reeves the warm welcome of the Senate. The Senate will stand at ease. I would ask that the members please take their seats.
There you are, Mamie.
Let's give our pages a hand. Well, welcome to the Pages graduation ceremony. We are glad you're here. We have had a great session, just a great group of Pages that we've had, and it's a happy day for graduation. It's also a sad day because it's a end, and the Pages will go back to your families. But we've had a great time, as you can see. And what I'd like to do is recognize the family and friends of our Pages. So the senators will recognize the families and friends that are visiting here. And when you're being introduced, I would ask you to stand. If you could hold your applause till the end, and we'll get through all of the introductions. So we appreciate that. I would like to start with the senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like you to welcome to our gallery today Dr. Jill Allen and Dr. Richard Allen, the parents of our Senate Page, Sarah Allen.
Welcome. The senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to welcome in the gallery the mother and grandfather of one of our Senate Pages, Nathaniel Alpin of Fredericksburg, Miss Angela Bruce and Leonard Weddle, as well as the mother and father of Joshua Cutright from Mineral. In the gallery today is his mother and father, Connie and Ronnie Cutright. Mr. President.
Welcome, and thank you, Senator. The senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a list.
Just the first one, please.
Oh, just the first one?
Yeah,
okay.
Thank you.
I had a whole book here. I wasn't sure where I was supposed to go. Mr. President, we have Iban Abessa from Alexandria, and in the gallery is her family, mother and father, Lima and Singh.
Welcome. Thank you. Thank you. And the senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Surville.
Thank you, Mr. President. Joining us in the gallery today are the the mother and aunt of McLean Brooks from my district in Alexandria, Allison Brooks and Susan Arnold. Oh, there she is.
Welcome. Thank you, Senator. The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant.
Mr. President, it's my honor to introduce to the body the parents of Senate Page Oliver Buckner. His mother is here, Joelle Buckner. His father, Elliot Buckner, is here as well, along with Oliver's grandmother, Rose Love.
Thank you, Senator. Welcome. The senator from Chesterfield County, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my honor today to introduce the parents of Wyatt Carter, all the way from Chesterfield County, Susan and Gareth Carter, and his brother Zachary. So please give them the warm welcome in the Senate.
Welcome. Thank you, Senator. The senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Mr. President, I think I did both of mine inadvertently, but again, it was the Cutrights and the Alpins.
Thank you, Senator. Please and welcome. The senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, we have with us the family of Philip Bullock, Shannon Bullock, Matthew Bullock, mom and dad, and his sister Brittany, who is also alumnus of the 2010 Page class, and I'm sure she's ecstatic to have her brother back.
Right. Thank you, Senator, and welcome. I would like to introduce the family of our Page, Jacob Ellis of Virginia Beach. In the gallery, we have Alexander Ellis, his dad, welcome, Amy Skarupa, mom, and his little sister, Sarah Ellis. Welcome, Sarah. We also, in the viewing room, room B, we have the Honorable T.S. Ellis III, U.S. District Judge, whose grandfather, Martha Ann Ellis, grandmother, Jean Skarupa, grandmother, and Ann Meyer, surrogate grandmother. So welcome to you all as well. The senior senator from Bath County, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, we're honored today to have the family of our Page, Emily Eppard, her parents, Tracy Eppard and Craig Eppard, are in the gallery, and if Tracy's name is familiar to you, she's been the brains in my office for many years. And in Senate Room B are her grandmothers, Jackie Fersman and Linda Farish, and her uncles Shane Eppert and Brian Shorter.
Thank you, Senator. Welcome. The senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I'm pleased to present to you the family and guests of our Paige Audrey Fisher. In the gallery with us today are her father, Commonwealth's Attorney for Fauquier County, Jim Fisher, and her mother, Nono Fisher, and brother, Joseph Fisher. I would ask you to extend the warm welcome of the Senate to them.
Thank you. Welcome. Thank you, Senator. The senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have with us in the gallery the family of Lily Freitas, her mother Tina, her father Nick, who might be presenting a hunting dog blanket to the speaker down the way in the House of Delegates, and then her siblings in Senate Room B, Allie and Luke.
Thank you, Senator, and welcome. The senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hope you will welcome the parents of our Paige Abby Gray, Julie, and that stranger to our halls, Doug Gray.
Welcome, and thanks for all that you do for us. Thank you. The senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I would ask you to welcome the family and guests of our Paige Lucy Griffin. Her mom, whose name you might recognize, happens to be my sister, Kate Obenshain, and her soon-to-be husband, Steve Keeler, who happens to be my former law partner.
Well,
that has nothing to do with each other.
The senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm happy to introduce the mother and the father of our Paige Morgan Gross from Newport News, Virginia, Miss Valencia Gross and Mr. Stephen Gross.
Thank you, Senator. Welcome. The senior senator from Fairfax County, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I'd like you to welcome the parents of our Paige, Lily, and Halleck. David Halleck and Sarah Halleck are with us today, and there they are, and I hope to extend the welcome of the Senate to them.
Thank you, Senator. Welcome. The senator from Augusta County, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our Paige Wyatt Herman of Eastern Augusta County is here with his mom and dad, Randy and Holly Herman, and his grandmother, Judy Wyatt, is also with us.
Thank you, Senator, and welcome. The senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to introduce the parents of Brenna Keem of Vienna, Virginia. Her parents being Alex Keem, her mother, and Delegate Mark Keem, if he's in the gallery.
Thank you. I think he's down doing work in the House, but welcome this morning. Thank you, Senator. The senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rise to introduce the family of Senate Paige John Keene. Today in the gallery we have Sean Keene and Anna Keene, as well as in Senate Room B, yes, we have sister and brother, Laura and Ryan. Laura's also alumnus of the Senate class of 2012, and Ryan, the class of 2014. So this is number 3 in the family here.
Thank you, Senator. Welcome. The senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to introduce the family of Senna Keesing. Senna lives in McLean with her parents, Melissa Gold and Ron Keesing.
Thank you and welcome. The senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to introduce part of a family. We have two, Mr. President, Faith and Hope. And some college ago now could not figure out who was Faith and who was Hope. So what we decided to do, I'm just going to call half of the family and we do the other half of the family. So my half is the Faith Lethbridge of Chesapeake. In the gallery, we have Delegate James Lethbridge Jr. If he's here, he might be in session, his father. And we have the grandmother, Eleanor Lethbridge. We have their aunts who in Senate Room B, Andrea and Denise. Please welcome them.
I will.
And the other half is by Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you for that, Senator. Welcome. The senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Well, I thank you, Mr. President, and I thank the gentleman from Northern Chesapeake. It is indeed an honor to introduce the parents of our fabulous pages, both Faith and Hope. I don't know what happened to Charity, but anyway. Yeah. Her mother, Renee, is here, and her grandmother, Jean, is here as well to be here for Hope Leftwich. And also, of course, my good friend, the delegate from the 78th House District, Delegate Leftwich, is here as well. So thank you.
Welcome. Thank you all. The Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pleased to also announce the parents of Senate Page Joshua Lim. Today in the gallery we have his father, Jason Lim, and mother, Anna Santos Lim.
Welcome and thank you. The Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm happy to welcome the parents of Paige Lauren Loesch of Alexandria, her mom, Michelle Loesch, and her dad, Michael Loesch.
Thank you and welcome. The Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have with us from our Page family, Amaya Matthews, her mother, LaShonda, and father, Pascal, and in Senate Room B, grandmother, Linda, and sister, Allie.
Thank you all and welcome. And Senator, you still have the floor.
Do I get to finish the rest of my stack?
No, just one more. We have a method to our madness here, Senator.
Mr. President, we have the family of our Page Keeley Messick. We have in the gallery Eric, Avis, and Colin, mother and father, and our grandmother. We could offer them the warm welcome to the Senate.
Thank you, Senator. Welcome. The Senator from Hanover.
Maybe I am making it through the stack. Mr. President, from Deltaville, we have the family of our Page Sarah Murphy, Karen Murphy and Paul, Karen Murray and Paul Murray, mom and dad. And in Senate Room B, we have the grandparents, William and Carolyn Morris.
Thank you, Senator, and welcome. The Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my pleasure to introduce my mother's daughter, Hope Fenderson, who is the mother of the Senate Page Madison O'Dallo from Hampton.
Thank you, Senator. Welcome.
If they didn't get that, that's my sister.
I think they're paying attention, Senator. The Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to make an introduction. Seated in the gallery is our Senate Page, Faith Page of Franklin, Virginia. And in the gallery is Father Philip Page Sr., grandfather Philip Page Sr. is the grandfather, and Philip Page Jr. is the father, and Robin Page is the mother. Please extend to them the very warm welcome of the Senate.
I will. Thank you. Welcome. The Senator from Fauquier County, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to introduce the family of our Page Tatiana Piacevich. Her father, Peter Piacevich, is here, and her grandmother, Jacqueline Duchange, is here in the gallery, and I ask that you please welcome both of them.
Thank you, Senator. Welcome. The Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for purposes of an introduction. Mr. President, if you would please welcome the mother and sister of our Senate Page, Garner Phillips, from downtown Poquoson, Virginia. His mother, Stephanie Phillips, is here, along with his adoring sister, Ashley Bentley.
Welcome. Thank you for being here. The Senator from Grayson County, Senator Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President. Introduce guest in the gallery today for our Senate Page, Virginia Pillion. In the gallery is Delegate Pillion and his special friend and surrogate grandfather, Delegate Terry Austin, and probably the only reason my seatmate's bill is still safe is they're over here. And in Senate Room B is Virginia Pillion's surrogate grandmother, Kathy Austin, and I'd like to make them welcome today.
Thank you. Welcome, and thanks for your service to the Commonwealth. The senator from Southern Fairfax County, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I rise to call attention in the gallery to the family and guests of Senate Page Andrew Poe. Andrew is from Lorton, Virginia. He's had a great time here, and he has many talents, linguistic and otherwise, that are far exceed what I have. So he's got a good head start on things. But in the gallery today are his parents, Amy and Brian Poe.
Thank you, Senator. Welcome. The senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to draw the attention to the family of our Senate Page and likely future Senator Phoebe Price. Up there are her parents, George and Nicole, and her sister, Cooper.
Thank you, Senator. Welcome. The junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DeSteffe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to draw your attention to our page, Ainsley Miss Teen Cardinal Proctor, and her parents, Lynn Proctor and Brian Proctor, who are joining us today in the gallery.
Thank you, Senator. Welcome. The senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. With a lot of help unwanted from my seatmate, the senator from Franklin, we have with us one in the gallery and one on the floor, the parents of Jack Reeves. Ann Reeves is in the gallery, and Senator Reeves is seated to my left.
Thank you. Welcome. The senator from Bedford County, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I rise to introduce the family of our page, who is Abby Rice. We have with us today Lori Rice and her father, Josh Rice, along with her brother, Hudson Rice. I would hope that you would welcome them to the Senate.
Welcome. Thank you all. The senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for the purposes of an introduction.
Thank you, Senator.
Today we have a family and guest of our page, Miss Olivia Shores. We're joined in the gallery today by her parents, Diana Shores and Christopher Shores. I ask you to give them the warm welcome of the Senate. And in Senate Room B, we have Kathy Shores, Olivia's grandmother, and Abigail Shores, her sister, and then Kathy Simonis, her grandmother.
Thank you, Senator, and welcome. The senior senator from Bath County, Senator Deeds.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm delighted to introduce the family of our page, Libby Slaughter from Charlottesville. In the gallery are her parents, Jen and Brian Slaughter. And in Senate Room B, our grandparents, Ann Slaughter, Ned Slaughter, and Georgianne Sioka. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that it's my understanding, Mr. President, her grandfather, Ned, was a page before Madam Clerk or the senior senator from Fairfax was here.
Thank you, Senator. Welcome. The senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, we have with us all the way from God's country in Hanover, Virginia, the family of Emily Swisher from Mechanicsville, her mom, Rachel Hurst, and stepdad, Brad.
Welcome. Thank you, Senator. The senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for purposes of an introduction. Would appreciate you welcoming the family of our delightful page, Meredith Vick, who is from the colonial capital, which in 1699, thank goodness, Thomas Jefferson signed the Articles of Removal to get the capital out of Williamsburg into Richmond. The family of Meredith that is with us in the gallery is her father, Wayne Vick, her mother, Teresa Vick, her sister, Madison Vick, and down in Senate Room B is her grandfather, Mac Bynum Jr., her grandmother, Gloria Bynum, her grandfather, Billy Vick, and her grandmother, Joyce Vick. So it is truly a family affair today, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Welcome. The senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. We also have with us today from Norfolk, the family of our Senate page, Addison Villanueva, mom and dad, Nestor and Ginger.
Welcome. Thank you, Senator. And Senator, you still have the floor.
Mr. President, you've already heard of one of these individuals today from Upperville. That must be in Northern Virginia, Mr. President. We have the family of our page, William Vogel, Bill Holtzman, granddad, and to my right, Senator Jill Vogel.
Welcome. Thank you, sir. Senator from Hanover.
Not last, but we're getting close. Mr. President, we also have in the gallery, again from God's country in Hanover, Mechanicsville, where Patrick Henry kind of was the first governor of Virginia and also was born and raised. We have Stephen Wiechek and his parents, Angela and Paul, in the gallery, and they made a long drive to get here.
Welcome. The senator from Accomack County, Senator Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very happy to introduce the family and friends of our Senate page, Max Willett. With us in the gallery are Max's parents, Michael and Kelly Willett.
Welcome. Thank you, Senator. The senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, one other introduction that is really important, and that is the chaperones for these pages all year, Jeff and Lynn Snow. They have done an incredible job, and we were talking earlier about their service not only to the page program but to the Senate, and it's been 14 years. I think if they go one more, they're going to be in line for sainthood. So we're going to go ahead and prepare the resolution for next year. But we are very appreciative to the Snows for their commitment to this page class, to the Senate, and to the Commonwealth. They do a tremendous job, and your kids have been in great hands under their watchful eye. And if we could all give the Snows the warm welcome and appreciation of the Senate.
I will. Thank you, Senator. We do appreciate your service so much, and we're so proud of our page program, and we couldn't do it without folks like you. So thank you all, and I hope you'll be with us another 15 years. We certainly appreciate it. And the pages that just love you all, and it means a lot. So thank you all. We welcome all of you here today. I think you're going to enjoy what you're getting ready to see, and I would just ask the Senate to please join me in offering the parents, the family, and friends of our wonderful pages the warm welcome of the Senate. I understand that the pages have prepared a resolution, and I also understand that they have called on the senator from Franklin County to present and read the resolution. The senator from Franklin County, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for the purposes of a resolution.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I have in my left hand right here, the 2017 Senate page resolution number 1. Mr. President, I've read it. I don't understand it. It has a lot of adjectives with a lot of vowels. And therefore, for those reasons, I now move that we waive the reading of the Senate page resolution.
Thank you, Senator. I can certainly understand your concerns. The motion on the floor is that we waive the reading of the floor amendment of the resolution. All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll. The waiving of the reading has been declined, Senator.
I lost another thing here on the floor of the Senate this year, didn't I? All right. Okay, allow me to read then. Senate page resolution number 1 of the 2017 Senate page class. A resolution of the largest class of Senate pages. Patrons. Watch how I say their names. He's unbelievable, isn't he? Allen, Alpin, Bullock, Brooks, Buckner, Carter, Cutright, Ebsa, Ellis, Eppard, Fisher, Freitas, Gray, Griffin, Gross, Halleck, Herman, Keem, Keene, Keesing, Leftwich, Leftwich, Lim, Loesch, Matthews, Messick, Murray, Odalo, Page, Pejasevich. I got that right, didn't I? No? Pejacevich. Phillips, Pillion, Poe, Price, Proctor, Reeves, Rice, Shores, Slaughter, Swisher, Vick, Villanueva, Vogel, Wiesick, and Willett. Whereas the class of 2017 is the largest class of Senate pages. Sorry, class of 2013 and class of 2015. And whereas we, the largest class of Senate pages, had a memorable session experience, thanks to the following: the Lieutenant Governor, Senators and Madam Clerk, who came face to face with the biggest challenge of all, narrowing a record 190 applications to just 46, the largest number ever accepted as Senate pages, and Governor and Mrs. McAuliffe for hosting a reception at the Executive Mansion for our record-size page class. And Senators, Administrative Assistants, Legislative Assistants, Senate Clerk's Office staff, the Reynolds Crossing Walmart Management Team, parents, alumni, and many others for helping rake in the maximum number of monetary donations, bags, boxes, carts, and vans stuffed with non-perishable food items for our annual community service project. In one afternoon of volunteer work at the Feedmore Distribution Warehouse, the class of 2017 sorted 16 pallets of donated products, yielding 154 hours of volunteer time. This team effort saved Feedmore over $3,000 in labor costs. Since 2012, including this year, Senate pages have collected and donated over $66,000 and nearly 3,100 pounds of food. We have an immense amount of appreciation for everyone involved, especially our Chief Fundraising Officer, Mrs. Wagner. And Senator DeSteph for the biggest variety of pizza, cookies, and milkshakes, and pre-diabetic food within a 100-mile radius of the Capitol. And Madam Clerk, Senator and Mrs. Edwards, Senator Locke, Senator Donovan, Mrs. Carter, and others for their scrumptious, luscious, delectable, practical, and impractical treats for Valentine's Day. And the mock session participants, pages, Lieutenant Governor Northam, Madam Clerk, Senator DeSteph, Senator Eben, Senator Locke, Senator Obenshain, Senator McPike, and Senator Vogel. The staff, Mr. Finch, Ms. Horsch, Ms. Carter, Ms. Sloan, Mr. Adams, Mr. Hatfield, Mr. Bolstead, and Ms. O'Brien. And our large number of distinguished guests who are in the Senate gallery. And Capitol Police officers for their vigilant eye each day and security detail during excursions to Schrader Lanes, Virginia Commonwealth University, the Virginia War Memorial, St. John's Church, and Feed More in Richmond. Thank you for your sacrifice and service to us all. And our day team, Mrs. Davis, Mrs. Sackich, Mrs. Pierce, Miss Thurber, and Miss DeBoer. Our tutoring team, Miss Pemberton, Miss Benson, Mr. David, Mr. Ryder, and Mrs. Berkeley. Our night team, Mr. and Mrs. Snow. Our hotel house parents, and Mrs. Wright, our hotel stepmother. And our fearless leader, Mr. Finch. Class of 1994, who with nearly 10 years of dedication to public service tolerated our antics, never stepped back from a challenge, strived to execute everything with the utmost attention to detail, and set aside so much for us all. Senator Edwards, Dr. Clay Mountcastle, and Kendall Drumheller for a big VIP experience at the Virginia War Memorial, and DMV Commissioner Richard Holcomb for the Sen 817 keepsake license plates, and the Farm Life Stew Crew from Brunswick County for the bountiful, boiling, flavorsome, succulent, and complimentary stew. And whereas we are alert, mindful, aware, attentive, and wise, thanks to our program partners and distinguished guests, Christy Dalton and Tim McDermott, Feed More Richmond, Lauren Gilbert, Sorensen Institute for Political Leadership, working as a nonpartisan staff, Laura Brown, Charles Brown, Suzanne Hoffman, and Vina Laughlin, Town and Country Cotillion for etiquette, Stacy Roars with the Attorney General's Office on Cyber Safety, David Poole, the Virginia Public Access Project, resources available to the public, Cheryl Hudgens, Virginia Credit Union, Money Management, Maria Everett, Introduction to Public Records, Barry Bradbury, Elon University, Sabina Moritz, George Mason University, Jaquan Scott, Virginia Tech, Berkeley Leonard, Hampton Sydney College. I went there. It does explain a lot. C.J. Cahill with Virginia Wesleyan College, Ben Bosquet, University of Mary Washington, Quincy Goodine, Longwood University, Lindsay Simmons, and Alexis Quinn from Mary Baldwin University, Vashon Brandon, Christopher Newport University, Nicole Bell from High Point University, Adam Anderson, James Madison University, Olivia Girardi, Radford University, Whitney Pitchke, College of William & Mary, Grace Lockhead, Washington Lee University, Megan Brammer, Old Dominion University, and Dara Logan, Lynchburg College, Introduction to College Admissions. And our Senate Page alumni, Heather Landis, class of 2011, and Claire Melton, class of 2015, for your hard work last summer enhancing this experience and continued dedication to future Page classes. Senator Clancy Holland, class of 1944, John McE. Garrett, class of 1960, Deputy DMV Commissioner George Bishop, class of 1978, Lindsay Potts Reams, class of 1996, Joseph Taylor, class of 1996, Morgan Quick, class of 2000, and Thomas Canella, class of 2011, for sharing your memories of their Page experience, advice for being successful during the session, and infinite wisdom we will carry into our professional lives. And whereas we, the largest class of Senate Pages, would like to extend the biggest round of applause for those of you who admirably served and defended our great nation. Senators Black, Senator Cosgrove, Senator DeSteph, Senator Edwards, Senator Hanger, Senator Reeves, Senator Ruff, Senator Saslaw, Senator Stewart, and Senator Wagner, and of course, our Lieutenant Governor, Governor Northam. Let's give them applause. And whereas we, the largest class of Senate Pages, saw more take place around the South desks than in any other area in the chamber. Senator Peake looks out the window almost as much as his predecessor did. But so would we after enduring those agonizing first bills. Antics related to on-site sewer systems. Senator Stanley has more moments of uncontrollable laughter than the other 39 and the biggest disdain for shopping. Senator Suderline will succeed Senator Saslaw for being out of his seat the most. One of these days, boogeymen and voodoo dolls. And whereas we, the largest class of Senate pages, made note of many highlights this session, such as the following. Senator Saslaw. Well, we noticed more about him than anyone. Apparently, he didn't repeat as much as this year as he did last year. Let me repeat that. He didn't repeat as much this year as he did last year. He is still looking at the right, even though he is on the left. His chair was occupied more than vacated. Not only could he be known and admired throughout the state for some of his great stories and historical references, he knew Magellan. That wasn't in there, I just added that. We don't know of anyone else who can eat cake, drink soup, and carry a pile of cookies while walking. Senator Vogel and Senator Lucas have the most variety of any wardrobes we have ever seen. But Madam Clerk is catching up fast. Senator Servell, please remember that you are no longer in the House. Senator Marsden, senators can't yield for a county, but they can yield for a question. Senator Norman, we love that you fist bump and give high fives. Your debate skills and vocabulary also top our list. Senator Deeds, determination not to waive the reading of the journal or communications from the House. Senators Obenshain, Peterson, and Saslaw really know how to get after it with a noticeable tone of voice. Grass-cutting bills, groans, pediatric neurologists.
That's right.
Cheers. Red, 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 green, 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 red, red, green. No, 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 no. Ayes 21, nays 19. Whereas we, the largest class of Senate pages, can summarize the last 7 weeks in 3 categories. 3. The not-so-big moments. Our basketball loss. It's hard to keep this many pages quiet. Tripping on all the bricks. Quote, all my notes went to the wrong friends. Faith's clown shoes. Quote, I drink the GAB water and I'm fine. Killing that bus bill. Lock your knees and close your eyes. Bow ties are the way to go, right, Peterson? Everyone matters, including old people and turtles. No one being able to read Sena's handwriting. Will types accurate. Fellow page, quote, are you trying to spell accurate? Will, no, I'm not that stupid. Fellow page, the lieutenant governor could help you, but he's a pediatric neurologist. Quote, a senator gave me his car keys and I don't know what to do with them. Witnessing a tourist take a picture of Harry Flood Bird's butt. Abby Gray is a pen thief. Fraternizing with the enemy. Our big bag diet decisions, eating Cheez-It crackers and Cocoa Puffs. Senator Steph, did you have something to do with that? Eating cereal with our hands. A side of mac and cheese, a side of mashed potatoes, and a side of mashed potatoes. To go. Mistaking our fingers for French fries. Twix and Kit Kats for lunch. Are you listening, parents? It's a good idea not to faint during session. The lieutenant governor is very nice, though. In case no one knows, he's a pediatric neurologist. That's right. I know you don't know that. People in the gallery definitely don't clap at the right time, do they? Even our pediatric neurologist would concur. The bigger moments. Quote, my first job was vacuuming. While walking back from a tour, we got a trucker to honk his horn. Jennifer McClellan is the younger Jennifer in the chamber, and don't you forget it. Rolling with Ralph is almost as great as shredding money. Did we mention that he is a pediatric neurologist? We can fit 23 girls into one hotel room. Quote, I got a pin for delivering a piece of paper to the house side, end quote. Quote, I'm still learning English. Quote, you know, he's a pediatric neurologist. Quote, what are you saving for? Well, you see, I have 2 rabbits to take care of. Mr. Sackage, can we go to the bathroom while our bill is being presented because we don't want to vote on it? Quote, getting lost in the GAB was scary and also pretty fun because I got to see more than I did on the tour. I got to my job safely, though. The biggest moments. HB 2351 was the most exciting grass bill ever. It was so exciting, senators voted on it twice, then passed it by for the day. Uncle Sam socks. The lieutenant governor gave me 3 boxes of pizza to take back with me. Yum. You know, he's a pediatric neurologist. I broke 40 for the first time while bowling with the lieutenant governor. It's the biggest accomplishment I've had since I figured out how to finger paint in preschool. And I owe it all to a pediatric neurologist. Parkour with Miss Thurber. Resolving that bowling was great. Who knew the lieutenant governor was so good? He's clearly not just a pediatric neurologist. Like Mr. Finch always says, there's the door. And whereas we, the largest class of Senate pages, want to convey 4 of our most important memories. Quote, the people here are some of the kindest I have ever known. I want to always remember how proud I felt standing in the chamber as I was sworn in. And I want to always remember how I felt on the floor for the first time. I was so nervous, and I didn't know where to look. However, I was thankful for my $5 tip. This resolution has a record number of references to the lieutenant governor, who is also a pediatric neurologist. And our big graduation and completion of the program, therefore now be it resolved that we, the largest class of Senate pages, know you want a resolution, but we want a revolution. And be it resolved further that we, the 2017 class of Senate pages, will end by saying, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do when the coal train comes for you? Now, Mr. President, I now move that we agree to Senate page resolution number 1.
Thank you, Senator. The senior senator from Fairfax, County Senator Saslaw.
You know, Mr. President, you learn a lot, you know, from these page resolutions. Some things you kind of thought you knew, some you didn't. And to the senator, by the way, during the introductions from Bath County, nobody was here before me. And you know, I particularly appreciated, Mr. President, and I'm sure we all did, the remarks, not just by the senator from Franklin, but by the senator from Hanover. And like I said, you learn a lot. I did not know, for instance, that Hanover was God's country, but having been there, I know that only God would have it. But having, you know, and the other was, and he told us this a couple years ago, and I'm sure not many people knew, that Patrick Henry was from Hanover County. Knowing that, I now know why he said, "Give me liberty or give me death." But anyway, I personally also want to thank the pages, you know, before we vote, for the great job that you all did. And we, of course, everybody in here wishes you all the best. And to the parents, thank you so much for allowing them to come down here.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Fauquier County, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking against the resolution.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had never served as a Senate page during the mock General Assembly session, and I will tell you that I learned a lot. But I have also learned a lot from a lot of these pages who did an extraordinary job. But I just wanted to fess up, because it was acknowledged in here that some of the notes were not delivered. And at the end of that Senate session, where some of these pages, all of these pages, did such an extraordinary job, myself and some of my colleagues did attempt, and I say attempt, to serve as Senate pages. We sat on the bench, we watched the pages hit their buttons, torture us, try to get us to bring them napkins and cups of water, and a cup of water that was precisely the right amount, how much ice, a napkin, and a lot of notes. And notes to the senator, and then their name sitting in Senator Wagner's seat, and so on and so forth. And so I was given so many notes and did such a poor job and got so flustered in the allocation of pieces of paper that when I got home that night, I had a note in my pocket that was clearly meant to be delivered at the time of a very important floor debate, clearly meant to convey a very important message. And when I opened the piece of paper, it said in tiny, tiny writing, "It will stain your fingers." So for someone who is here, who perhaps cast the wrong vote, Senate pages, because you did not receive that very important note, that note is still in my pocket of my blazer at home. And so I just wanted to extend my great appreciation to these Senate pages who did a wonderful job and made my life much more fun during this Senate session. And I've appreciated all that you gave to us. And now I know how hard it really is to be a Senate page. And so with that, I move that we do not adopt the resolution.
Thank you, Senator. There is a motion on the floor to pass the resolution. All in favor of agreeing to the resolution will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll. I would now like to introduce you the lady that controls the Senate. She's been here for a number of years. We have a tremendous amount of respect for her. She is responsible with a lot of other folks for this wonderful page program. I introduce you the Clerk of the Senate, Madam
Shaw.
Before I start, no one person could manage this page program without lots of teamwork and assistance, and I do want to thank the people who have worked closely with this program, starting even last summer when we decided to develop more of a leadership program than just a page program with young people running all over the place, having a great time and not really taking in everything that the opportunity afforded them. So again, we'd like to thank Jeff and Lynn Snow. We know it was overwhelming being in a new property with 45 pages, and we do appreciate your patience and kindness to all of these young people. And to Michelle Wright, who's in our Senate Fiscal Office, thank you for stepping in as stepmother and giving the Snows a little relief from the masses. That was very helpful to all of us. To our page supervisors, these are the people who were locked in to 2 separate page rooms with these young people, and they're still sane. Candace Davis, Vicki Pierce, you can raise your hands, Matt Sakech, Talon Thurber, and Sidney DeBoer. And the tutors who are not here, but they worked with the young people Monday through Thursday nights for 2 hours, trying to help them stay up to date with their schoolwork. Brooke Pemberton, Maria Benson, Jean Berkeley, Bill Ryder, and Jeff Davis. And to 2 of our alumni, Heather Landis, who's class of 2011, and Claire Melton, class of 2015, who worked with the Links area last summer with many, many great ideas and suggestions to change this program into what we have this year. And I also want to thank Barbara Carter, Joanna Bolstead, Trish O'Brien, and Mr. Hatfield for their help with this program, and to other members of the Senate staff who actually volunteered to chaperone on trips at night after their job. They were wonderful, and they really enjoyed every opportunity they had to go out with the young people. I wish all of you could have been standing where I was standing when they walked in the door, because they did not know about that video. It was a big surprise to them. And as I stood here and watched their faces, I know why this program is so important to the Commonwealth of Virginia. Franklin Roosevelt said, "We cannot build a future for our youth, but we can build our youth for the future." For 43 years, and I was only 9 when I started here, I have watched young people participate in the Virginia Senate Page program, and I have known that we are definitely building for the future. The program participants have had a first-hand introduction to the legislative process and all that goes with it. Like making sausage, making laws is not always a pretty process. In orientation, I also told them that coming to work in this environment is like spending time in a foreign country, having to learn a new language and new customs. After 7 weeks, I think they would agree with that. This year, we have watched a group of young people who were very apprehensive at orientation and somewhat overwhelmed learn time management skills, business etiquette skills, money management, how to adjust for a roommate, a life lesson for future marriages. Where are the best restaurants for your money within their allowed radius of the Marriott? And that is not the tobacco company, is it, Nathaniel? And how a smile can brighten everyone's day. And I have to say, this group has the best smiles of any Page group. When they greet you as you're struggling to get out of your car in the morning, "Good morning, Mrs. Sharp, how are you?" You automatically have to smile back. You have no choice. The first 2 weeks, we had some trips to the emergency room. Adjustments to the fact that if you stay up until 2 a.m., it's hard to get up at 7. Some anxious moments remembering to have allergy medications where needed. This group trained a new hotel in what to expect from a group of 45 young people who are staying with you for 7 weeks. And I think it was a great decision to move and house our pages in a separate location from the house pages. The patience of the Supreme Court was not tested this year. As a matter of fact, it was the quietest term the court has experienced in 27 years. The Page class visited the Holocaust Museum, the Library of Virginia, Tredegar Museum, the Federal Reserve, where they forgot to pick up extra money to balance the budget, the Maggie Walker House, the Museum of the Confederacy, the Valentine, the real Supreme Court, the Virginia War Memorial, St. John's Church, where they realized that we're still using some of the same parliamentary terms used 200 years ago. Thanks to Barbara Carter, this was done for $11 per person. She should set up her own travel agency. They had a reception at the governor's mansion where Wyatt Herman and the First Lady had a very interesting discussion on raising chickens. And they were warmly welcomed by the governor. They have had their share of pizza and hot dogs at City Dog and gone bowling with Ralph, although they were disappointed that Senator Stanley got lost and went to the wrong bowling alley. We think he just didn't want a rematch with the pediatric neurologist.
That's right.
One of the major highlights was winning the Spirit Trophy this year at the Massey Cancer Center basketball tournament. Armed with the heads of Senators McDougal, Stanley, and Servell, they raised the roof for the Senate team, even though they didn't win. A big thanks to Senator Stanley for providing the T-shirts commemorating the victory. They have had some sessions on internet safety, been refreshed by the rules of business etiquette, visited with college admissions representatives where they received great advice on the college admission process, heard from several former pages who are now in public service, including former Senator Clancy Holland, who told them when he was a page, he got to drive his senator back to Richmond from Smithfield, Virginia. He was 14. Needless to say, that was a long time ago. This year, the class was divided into 3 committees, and they worked to develop and debate bills, some of which survived and made it to the floor. Senator Stanley, they'll be happy to help you with that. A mock session was held last Thursday night, and we were impressed with their knowledge of points of personal privilege, the rules of debate, and how to call the pending question. We did learn that several senators need to be retrained in how to serve as a page, and we think they have greater appreciation for the job the pages do. We are very proud of the Virginia Page program and all the young people who have participated through the years. Since I started here in 1974 at the age of 9, there have been over 1,500 young people who have had the opportunity to participate in this program. I only wish we could offer it to other young people. One young person wrote this: "This experience has not only been eye-opening, but life-changing. Many of you have received wonderful thank you notes from our pages with our own postage system. And these comments are from some that I received. One wrote, "I have grown in so many ways and do not want to leave. This has been the experience of a lifetime, and I have loved every minute. I hope the Senate never gives up this great program. It has been one of the best things to ever happen to me, and I just want to say thank you." Another wanted to thank you for not only wanted to thank me, said another, I wanted to thank you, me, for not only wrangling 45 pages, but also the 40 senators. I know your job is difficult, but it would not be the same without you. Mrs. Shar, thank you. I guess you would say, thank you for being, I guess you would say, supportive when my dog died during session, and thank you for making the program so much more fun than I thought it would be. I have never had an experience like this, and I don't think I ever will again. We even had a House page who had been offered appointment to both bodies stop by Mr. Finch's office, where he told him, I made the wrong choice. The community service project that the Pages conducted was absolutely amazing. As it mentioned in the resolution, they had 454 pounds of food collected, 154 hours of volunteering. They raised over $6,000, and the Wagner yard sale netted about $400. Andrew Cuomo once said, I believe we need to attract a new generation to public service, and I believe the government can be a source of inspiration, not degradation. That is what we're trying to do with this program, educate these young people on the process and what an impact it can have for good, and hopefully they will be the leaders of the future. These young people have learned how diverse our Commonwealth is in geography, people, education, and opportunities. This is an important component of the program. John Kennedy said, if we cannot now end our difference, at least we can help make the world safe for diversity. I hope you young people have learned to respect that people have different concerns and thoughts, and in America, that is one of the cornerstones of this country. We have encouraged these young people to learn how to build consensus and respect other points of view and realize that this country is built on the freedom that others have given their lives for. We hope that they have learned that this wonderful Commonwealth is diverse from the Eastern Shore to the Piedmont to Northern Virginia to the mountains of Southwest Virginia, and there are many different points of view. I hope that they will remember these 6 life lessons that preschoolers can teach all of us. Number 1, include everyone. This class has. You've looked out for each other. You've made sure you get to work on time. You never go to dinner alone. And all of that means a lot to us. View the world with wonder. There's always something good out there, even on a bad day. Be kind. 2 words that have the power to change the world one person at a time. Always tell the truth, even if you've already had 1 serving of ice cream. Look up to someone. Find a great role model and learn from that person and their life's experience. Be a good helper. This class excelled in this with their community service project, and we are very proud of them for what they have contributed to the Central Virginia area. We are proud of you. We hope that the experience has been and will be a positive and enriching part of your lives. We hope that the memory will always stay with you and that you will come back to visit us. The class of 2017 will have a special place in our hearts, and we will remember you fondly. I hope that you will always be interested in public service and involved in your community wherever you live. I hope that you will always vote and remember those who sacrificed their lives for that right. I hope that you remember that one person does make a difference. Teddy Roosevelt said, keep your eyes on the stars and your feet on the ground, and we hope you find that very good advice in the future. We know that you can make a difference in the world, and we hope that you will come back and visit us when you can. I will miss those beautiful smiles and cheery greetings in the morning. They always started my day off right. I will leave you with this quote from Nelson Mandela. What counts in life is not the mere fact that we have lived, it is what difference we have made to the lives of others that will determine the significance of the life we lead. My wish for you is this: that life becomes all you want it to be, and your dreams stay big, and your worries stay small. Congratulations. So before we get started with the certificates, and I know that Senator Donovan told me the other day, I couldn't tell you this, because her daughter was in a class that made it to the top 3% in my assessment of page groups. You guys made it to the top 2%. So when I call your name, and parents, I want you to know, don't fall over the rail trying to take a picture. This is all being recorded, and they're going to get a DVD with all of this on it. So if you would come forward when I call your name, Sarah Allen. Nathaniel Alpin. Philip Bolick. Go this way so that you're facing the camera, not the back of your head. Congratulations. McLean Brooks. Oliver Buckner. He gets the best bow tie award. Wyatt Carter. Thank you for a good job. Josh Cutright. If I ever had to deliver a message to the house, there are a couple of guys in this group I was going to take with me.
Get a hug, yes,
you can.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Eben Epsa. You're welcome. Is her dad up there?
Mm-hmm.
Do do you mind standing? Congratulations on becoming a U.S. citizen. Jacob Ellis. Jacob is taking over at reconvened session as Lieutenant Governor,
right.
giving the pediatric neurologist a day off. Emily Eppard. Emily is one of 2 pages in this class I have known since before you were born. Great job. Audrey Fisher. Congratulations. Lily Freitas. Thank you. Good job. Good job. Abby Gray. Good job. Thank you. Lucy Griffin. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Morgan Gross. Thank you so much. You did a great job. Lily Halleck. Thank you. Wyatt Herman. Thank you. You did a great job. Brenna Keem. Look. Thank you. Good job. John Keene. Thank you. Good job. Good job, John. Thank you. Sina Keesing. Thank you very much. You did a great job. Faith Leftwich. Thank you. Hope Leftwich. Look at Senator Cosgrove. You're not used to seeing him that way. Josh Lynn. Thank you very much. Great job. Lauren Lush. Thank you. Great job. Amya Matthews. Thank you very much. You knew where they were. Keely Messick. Thank you. Did a great job. Sarah Page Murray. Thank you. Good job. Madison Odala. Good job. Hey, Madison. Faith Page. Smile. Good job. Thank you. Tashiana. I'm not going there. You're welcome. Thank you. I will say, Ainsley, where are you? These two can talk more and faster than any people I've ever met in my life. But I will say that Tashiana has a horse that comes up to my eyebrows.
Thank you.
It took her 20 minutes to tell me that. Gunnar Phillips. Gunnar's the other one I'd take to the house if I had to go over there. Thank you. Appreciate it. Virginia Pillion. Thank you so much. Good job. Andrew Poe. Thank you. Good job. You're welcome. Good job. Phoebe Price. Thank you so much. Good job. Ainsley Proctor. Good job. When we were having our conversation, I looked at these two and said, I need to ask you a question. And I asked my own grandson this. Do you ever stop talking? No, ma'am. Jack Reeves. Where's your product? Senator Stanley has some. Thank you.
Now, hold on.
Senator Stanley, he needs some product.
Great hair.
Abby Rice. Thank you. Good job. Olivia Shores. You're welcome. Congratulations. Good job. Good job. Libby Slaughter. Thank you. Great job. Good job. Emily Swisher. Thank you. Good job. Meredith Vick. We have to look that way. No, that's way. Okay. Good job. Whoops, whoops, whoops. Addison Villanueva. Okay, we have to look that way. Look that way and shake my hand. All right, and then turn around here. Need a photography assistant next year. William Vogel. Congratulations. Enjoyed working with you. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Will. Here, shake. Stephen Wysick. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Max Willett. It is a good tie. Congratulations. Thank you. Good job, Max. Thank you all very much. Now, we're going to try to make this a little bit faster. So if each N starts and come down the center aisle and then back that way. Okay? We have something to give you, but you cannot open it till everyone opens it.
That's this half. Is that how you want it?
Well,
Sarah to
okay, let's come this way, Sarah.
Sarah.
Come this way. And you go that side.
Okay, yeah. So Josh.
I know, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Mr. Finch will forgive you this one time.
Thanks again, miss. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, don't try to read it through the envelope. On the count of 3, after these last people get back in line. Okay. 1. Let me. All right, first of all, this is a gift from the members of the Senate, okay? So, 3, 2, 1. It's amazing what a little money will do.
On behalf of the 2017 Page class, we would like to present you with this, an autographed class picture.
Thank you so much.
And we would also like to present you a $510.16 donation to CHKD.
Wow, thank you so much, Jacob. Come on, take a minute. I guess I don't need this. I have my own microphone, right? What a great group of pages. And Ms. Shaw, I know you say it ranked up in the second percentile, but I've been here for 10 years, and I've got to say this is the best page class we've ever had. So we thank you all for everything. And I did just want to say the donation from the pages, I don't know if you all could hear it, but it's to CHKD, which is Children's Hospital of the King's Daughters. There in Norfolk. And, you know, we take a lot for granted when we have healthy children. And this donation means the world to the hospital. It means the world to the doctors. And it will mean the world to the children that are sick and need our help and their families. So we thank you all so much. And we wish all of you the best. Thank you so much. Good job, man.
Mr. President,
the senator from James City County.
on behalf of the senators, both on the Democratic and Republican caucus, we want to make a contribution in the amount of $4,000 in your honor to the Children's Hospital of the King's Daughters.
Wow, that's
That's
wonderful.
because he's a
pediatric neurologist.
Thank you so much. This is wonderful. Thank you, Tommy. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you all. It's Tommy and Mamie. Thank you all so much, and from all the senators again. It just means the world to the hospital. It's a great hospital. We take care of children from across the Commonwealth and around the world, and this will go a long way. So thank you all so much. I appreciate it. Yes, sir. The Senate will stand at ease. The Senate will come to order. The senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would invite all of the members to resume their seats. And, Mr. President, I would respectfully move that the rules of the Senate be suspended and that the privileges of the floor be extended to a truly extraordinary and great Virginian.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the privileges of the floor granted to a distinguished person? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, no 0.
Ayes 37, no 0. The rules are suspended. The privileges of the floor are granted. The senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, could we return to the morning hour for introduction?
Absolutely. The senator has the floor.
Mr. President, with us today on the floor is the former governor, the 71st governor of Virginia, Governor Linwood Holton. Mr. President, Governor Holton has moved to a great part of the Commonwealth now and lives in the Northern Neck in Irvington with his wife Jinx. And Mr. President, he is accompanied with a couple of individuals. One is Bill Pruitt, who used to be with VMRC, and two of his friends, Jimmy Lee Crockett and Carthen Curran. Mr. President, we think that Governor Holton might have come back to have a watchful eye over you today, Mr. President, to make sure that you're not getting out of line. But if we could offer him the warm welcome of the Senate and our thanks for his service, not only as governor, but his entire service also during World War II.
Thank you, Senator. I would ask the members of the Senate to please join me in offering the Governor Holton the warm welcome of the Senate. The clerk will please call the calendar.
On page 11, House Bill 2092. 2092, sorry. Conference Committee report.
The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturtevant.
Mr. President, I move the adoption of the Conference Committee report. And speaking to that motion, this was a bill, Mr. President, that had the clause attached to it that it would only go into effect if it were funded in the budget, and it was, in fact, funded in the budget. And therefore, I move the adoption of the Conference Committee report.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 28, noes 11.
Ayes 28, noes 11. The motion is agreed to.
On page 11, Conference Committee report on House Bill 2209.
The senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt the Conference Committee report. This basically conforms the House bill to my bill that is waiting on the governor's desk.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The motion is agreed to.
On page 15, Conference Committee report on House Bill 2395.
The senior senator from Loudoun County, Senator Black.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt the Conference Committee report. This is the dyslexia bill, the one that we have passed earlier, and the House has basically adopted all of the original provisions that passed out of the Senate, and so I ask that you adopt the conference committee report.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The motion is agreed to.
On page 18, conference committee report on Senate Bill 907.
The senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Surville.
Does that go by temporarily, sir?
Without objection, Senate Bill 907 will go by temporarily. That'd be fine.
Mr. President,
the senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
having voted on the prevailing side by which we adopted the conference committee report of House Bill 2092 on page 11 of the calendar just a few minutes ago, I move that we reconsider that vote.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the conference committee report was adopted on House Bill 2092 be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, no 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The motion is agreed to. The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant.
Having previously been explained, Mr. President, I move that we adopt the conference committee report.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The motion is agreed to. The senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, I move that the rules be suspended and SJR 148 be taken up for immediate consideration.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and SJR 148 be taken up for immediate consideration? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, no 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The rules are suspended to take up the resolution for immediate consideration. The clerk will please read the title.
Senate Resolution Number 148, commending Ebenezer Baptist Church.
The senator from Hanover.
Mr. President, I move that the resolution be agreed to.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the resolution be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to. The senator from Hanover.
Mr. President, I move the rules be suspended, the Committee on Rules be discharged from further consideration, that we waive the reading and take up House Joint Resolution 1085 for immediate consideration.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended, the Committee on Rules be discharged, the reading of the resolution be waived, and that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will please read the title of the resolution.
House Joint Resolution Number 1085, confirming appointments by the Speaker of the House of Delegates in the Joint Rules Committee.
The senator from Hanover.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate agree to the resolution and speaking to it briefly.
The senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this is a resolution to confirm the House Conflicts of Interest Ethics Advisory members and the appointments to the Commonwealth Health Research Board made by the Joint Committee on Rules.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the resolution be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The resolution is agreed to. Madam Clerk, do you want to go back to page 18? If we could return to page 18 of the calendar, Senate Bill 907, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Surville.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we adopt the conference report. Speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is the bill about in-state residency on the Board of Visitors. The conference report adopts the Senate's position. It also deletes the grandfathering provision. Grandfathering isn't necessary anymore because there's no Board of Visitors that has has an out-of-state rector and vice rector, so it wasn't necessary anymore. I'd move that we adopt the conference report.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 5.
Ayes 35, noes 5. The motion is agreed to. The Senate will stand at ease. The senator from James City County, Senator Normandge. The senator from Hanover.
Mr. President, at this point, I think we have approximately 55 bills that are still outstanding in conference. So our communications with the House of Delegates, we're going to be at ease for a period of time while the members try to get as many of these conference committee reports signed. So we're going to do that. Once we get a critical mass, then we will proceed to vote on the next group. So take the next few minutes. Don't wander too far, but try to get as many of these conference committee reports as we can get adopted as we move through the afternoon.
Thank you, Senator. The Senate will stand at ease. The Senate will come to order. The clerk will call the calendar.
Mr. President, I would invite all of the senators who may be in an antechamber to please come in and join us. If you do that, we can leave with some dispatch. Otherwise, we won't adjourn until 6:30 tonight.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
The senator from Spotsylvania.
I'm just wondering if Madam Clerk has her microphone. It might be in the same spot as my football.
Mr. President, I don't really care whether we have a microphone or not. Let's roll this train.
Okay, on page 1 of your calendar, Conference Committee report on House Bill 1402.
The senator from Eastern Fairfax County. The senator from Bedford.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the conference committee report. And speaking of that motion,
senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this is the bill we had just earlier today, the Senate version of it that relates to the residencies of the leaders of our higher education, especially the rectors and the vice rectors. It ensures that or means or. Mr. President, I hope we would adopt the conference committee report.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 33, noes 6.
Ayes 33, noes 6. The motion is agreed to.
Page 2, Conference Committee report on House Bill 1485.
The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant.
Can I go by temporarily, Mr. President?
Without objection, House Bill 1485 will go by temporarily.
On page 4, House Bill 1663.
The junior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan. The senator from Bedford.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the conference committee report. And speaking to that,
thank you, Senator. You had the floor.
Mr. President, this bill is the one that has the Northern Virginia Community College doing the science training. This is a bill that we had put the clause on, and it is in the final budget, and therefore it's fine. So I would hope that we would adopt the conference committee report.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to.
Page 5, Conference Committee reports on House Bill 1709.
The senator from Grayson County, Senator Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we adopt the conference committee report and explain in the bill.
The senator has the floor.
The conference committee report goes back to what the Senate amendment had put on it. It requires the principals to notify the parent of any student involved in an alleged incident of bullying, and if it's the one that's bullying or the one that has been bullied, as we're watching going on right here on the floor, the parent is to be notified within 5 days, not 14 days. And I'd ask that we accept the report on bullying and prevent any of that from happening here again today.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll. Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to.
Page 6, Conference Committee report on House Bill 1731.
The senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt the conference committee report. This bill had just some minor changes in it to remove any fiscal impact that was associated with it, and I move that we adopt that report.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to.
Page 7, House Bill 1851, conference report.
The senator from Rockingham. The senator from James City County.
Mr. President, I passed by temporarily House Bill 1851, sir.
Without objection, House Bill 1851 will go by temporarily.
Page 9, House Bill 2006, conference committee report.
The senator from Southern Fairfax County, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the conference report. And speaking to that motion,
Senator has the floor.
This is one of two bills. This is a House bill, and then there's also a Senate bill dealing with assistance animals, which passed out of here, I believe, unanimously. Both times there were in meetings with the federal officials at the Department of Housing and Urban Development. They had some concerns about some of the specific language, so we made some adjustments to language. It basically kept the process and the intent of the bill as it was. So I think it in reality is not a significant change in terms of its effect there. And I would hope that it would be pleasure of the body to pass it.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, will the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to.
On page 9, conference committee report on House Bill 2024.
The senator from Rockingham has stepped out.
Mr. President.
The senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Move the adoption of the conference committee report and speak to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this bill had to do with notice that's given to the landowner or a tenant when a governing body files a certificate of take to take land. And basically, I think we worked out they have to mail the notice within 48 hours, either by registered or certified mail. And I think that met the sort of middle ground that the two bodies had. So I move that we adopt the report.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to.
Page 9, conference committee report on House Bill 2051.
The senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we adopt the conference committee report. And speaking to that,
senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I want to thank the gentleman from Southern Fairfax County for working on this with us. This is the direct primary care agreements bill. What we've done in the conference committee report is in line 38, we just struck where we were saying what a primary care agreement is and what it is not. We struck it shall not be entered into with a group of...
Mr. President.
The senator from Fairfax City.
Oh, point of order. It says House Bill 2051 marijuana.
Dude.
Mr. President,
the senator from Southern Fairfax.
I would just like to note I was not working with the senator from Franklin on marijuana.
Mr. President, I yield from the senator from Arlington, who might know this a little better.
Alexandria is a little confused today. Mr. President, moving that the conference report pass and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
This is the bill dealing with suspension of driver's licenses for first-time marijuana offenders. And as it left the Senate, the bill would have given judges the discretion to suspend a license for 6 months or not to suspend a license. This compromise says that if the judges elect not to suspend a license, that the individual who has violated would have 50 hours of community service required in addition to the up to 24 hours community service that's already available to the judges to use. Further, it says that if someone was in possession of marijuana while a motor vehicle was in operation, that they would not be eligible for the to have the driver's license. So with that, I move the report pass.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Franklin County.
Mr. President, I just want to be clear that I totally support this bill. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, and are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll. Ayes 40, no 0. The motion is agreed to.
Page 10, Conference Committee Report on House Bill 2053.
The senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that House Bill 2053 pass. And speaking to this bill,
the senator has the floor.
This is a marijuana bill that has to do with your driver's license? Maybe not. Again, if you haven't heard before, this is about direct primary care agreements. We just struck one little line. I feel like an idiot, and I hope you support me, even though I feel like a moron. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 39, no 0, Rule 36-1. The motion is agreed to.
On page 10, Conference Committee Report on House Bill 2074.
The senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Committee of Conference be adopted. Speaking to that, this is a bill that created the Virginia Venture Capital Fund that accepts after-tax funds, much as a Roth IRA. It was narrowed down a little bit in conference. The profits would be untaxed. It has 5-year sunset and not be used for, it would have to be used in a business, Virginia-based business.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The motion is agreed to.
Page 11, Conference Committee Report on House Bill 2101.
The senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt the conference committee report. And speaking to that report,
Senator has the floor.
This bill essentially works to define charity care that hospitals provide in the Commonwealth, and it also proposes a new way to calculate that. Simultaneously, we'll be calculating on the old formula where you look at cost. We'll also be calculating based on charges, and that'll allow us in a year to do a comparative analysis and see if we're actually noting charity care appropriately for the best interests of the Commonwealth. And I hope you will support the.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The motion is agreed to.
Page 11, Conference Committee Report on House Bill 2207.
The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the conference committee report. And speaking to that motion, Mr. President, this is another bill which had the clause that it would only go into effect if it were if there were money for it in the budget, and there was money for it in the budget, and therefore I move that we adopt the conference committee report.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 26, noes 14.
Ayes 26, noes 14. The motion is agreed to.
Page 12, Conference Committee Report on House Bill 2262.
The senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, this was the Online Virginia Network bill that we had worked out in our committee. We had sent it to the Committee on Finance, who had asked for the clause. The money is in the budget, and therefore in conference we have removed the clause, and therefore I hope that we would adopt the conference committee report.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The motion is agreed to.
On page 13, Conference Committee report on House Bill 2296.
The senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, I move that the conference report be agreed to. And speaking to the motion,
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, we did a couple things. This bill had the Senate Finance Committee clause, which we struck that language because it was in the budget, and we reduced the number of gubernatorial appointees from 6 to 4, and cleaned up a little bit of the language saying of who those 4 individuals could be, and made that a little bit tighter.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The motion is agreed to.
Page 15, Conference Committee report on House Bill 2410.
The senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we adopt the committee conference report. Speaking to that briefly.
Senator has the floor.
This was kind of a mishap when we laid our bill on top of that. We had already accepted the House. This just fixes that, and I'd ask that it pass.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The motion is agreed to.
House Bill 2449, Conference Committee report.
The senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we accept the conference report. And speaking to that, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
This conference report would limit all of the authorities appointed by the City of Chesapeake to 2 4-year terms. Also make it clear that they serve the pleasure of the City Council, and that they must be out of office for at least 1 year prior to taking a job with that particular authority. I ask that we accept the conference report.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The motion is agreed to.
Page 16, Conference Committee report on House Bill 2467.
The senator from Stafford. Senator, House Bill 2467.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move we adopt the conference committee report.
If you could just briefly.
Yes, Mr. President. Speaking to that, what this bill essentially does is if you have an individual who's convicted on driving while suspended, they can get concurrent suspensions or consecutive suspensions if they don't get their license reinstated. This bill says once they get it reinstated, those suspensions will run concurrent.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The motion is agreed to.
On page 17, Senate Bill 800.
The senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we adopt the conference committee report on Senate Bill 800 and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, it's the same thing I said before. It's now the Senate version of what we had in the House version. We took out one little part to define what a primary care agreement is and what it's not, and it's in perfect shape. So I now renew my motion that we adopt the conference committee report.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to.
On page 19,
I'll do it. Mr. President.
conference committee report
Mr.
on
President.
1091.
The senator from Fairfax City.
Having voted on the prevailing side of Senate Bill 800, I move we reconsider that vote.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the Senate concurred with the committee report be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. The senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the reasons previously stated and even the ones for the marijuana bill, I now move that we adopt the conference committee report for Senate Bill 800.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0. Rule 36-1.
Ayes 39, noes 0. Rule 36-1. The motion is agreed to.
On page 19, conference committee report on Senate Bill 1091.
The senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we adopt the conference committee report. And speaking to that,
Senator has the floor.
This is the driver's license suspension bill that the senator from Alexandria had worked on, and I was happy to co-sponsor with him. Basically, we're adopting the changes in the House, which add 50 hours of community service instead of license suspension and up to an additional 24. That will allow the judge to determine if there's no driving behavior related to the possession of marijuana under the 18.251 disposition, that they don't have to suspend their driver's license. They can do community service instead. So for those reasons, Mr. President, I now move that we adopt the conference committee report for Senate Bill 1091.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The motion is agreed to.
On page 20, conference committee report on Senate Bill 1228.
The senator from Southern Fairfax County, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move we adopt the conference committee report. And speaking to that motion,
the senator has the floor.
Earlier, we passed the companion bill to this, the House bill. This is the assistance animal bill in the Senate version, and it's identical.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to.
On page 22, conference committee report on Senate Bill 1324.
The senator from Grayson County, Senator Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is I move that we adopt the conference committee report. Senate Bill 1324 deals with the marriage solemnization. It is now in the same posture as it left the Senate, which if you liked it when it came out of the Senate, you will vote green. If you didn't, you will vote red. It is in the same posture as it left here. I ask that we adopt the conference committee report.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 19.
Ayes 20, noes 19. The motion is agreed to.
On page 20.
The senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
1324, I move we reconsider that.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the conference committee report was adopted on Senate Bill 1324 be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The motion is agreed to. The senator from Grayson County.
I move that we adopt the conference committee report.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? If any senators desire to change their votes, the clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The motion is agreed to.
Page 22, conference committee report on Senate Bill 1493.
The junior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill that I think we've already adopted the conference report for the House version. This is the computer science training bill, and I ask that we adopt the conference report.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, and are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to.
Page 23, conference committee report on Senate Bill 1553.
The senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 1553 is the companion bill to the one we just passed out of here, establishing term limits for the authorities in the city of Chesapeake. I ask we accept the conference.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? If any senators desire to change their votes, the clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to.
On page 23, conference committee report on Senate Bill 1573.
The senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 1573 deals with the reimbursements to appraisers. We ceded back to the House position, and with that explanation, I move we accept the conference committee report.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? If any senators desire to change their votes, the clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. If we could return to page 2 of the calendar, House Bill 1485. The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the conference committee report, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
This bill, Mr. President, is a bill that prohibits individuals who have been convicted of sex offenses against children in other countries from living within certain proximities of schools. And this was a bill that had the clause on it, and because it was funded in the budget, we took off the clause.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President?
Yes, the senator from Grayson County.
Having voted on the prevailing side in which we adopted the conference committee report on House Bill 2051 on page 9, I ask that we reconsider that vote.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the committee conference report was adopted be reconsidered on House Bill 2051? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator McDougall.
Mr. President, I guess it falls to me on this one. Mr. President, having previously been explained as the bill where if you get it under advisement, you can do community service and not have your driver's license suspended. I move the bill pass.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, and are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The motion is agreed to. If we could return to page 7, House Bill 1851, the senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenchain.
Mr. President, I move the conference committee report be agreed to. This is the assault and battery against a family member bill, and it deals with deferred dispositions. And during the committee process, 2 lines were inadvertently dropped from the bill, and the lines have been placed back into it, providing that a person who agrees to or accepts a deferred disposition, if they are found to have violated the terms of their probation and it's revoked, and the sentence is reimposed, their conviction is imposed, they are deemed to have waived their right to appeal. So that's simply reinserted back in the bill.
Thank you, Senator. The senator from Roanoke County, did you desire to speak? Your light's on. All right, thank you. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, and are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to.
Page 22, conference committee report on Senate Bill 1412.
The senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adopt the Joint Conference Committee report. Speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Unfortunately, Mr. President, the conference report adopts the House position. This is the bill that would allow for an adoption leave benefit for state employees. As I told you the other day, their position did 5 things, 3 of which were good, 2 of which weren't. But it means that those of you that are on JLARC will get to hear more about this next year, and hopefully the good aspects that the House came forward with will also be adopted next year as well. So with that, I renew my motion.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, and are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to.
On page 14, conference committee report on House Bill 2386.
The senator from Stafford, Senator Stewart.
Mr. President, we've worked on this. I'm not sure we've filed that conference committee report yet. We do have it. Okay. Well, Mr. President, I move we adopt that conference committee report. And let me tell you what it does. This is the bill where we talked about Alexandria and the sewer going into the river. And oh, I'm sorry. This is why I didn't think we'd adopted it. Mr. President, this is, the bill that talks about deferred payment plans with regard to court cases. What the bill essentially does is it would codify what the Supreme Court is already doing in the rules, and I'd move we accept the...
I got you, Senator. Thank you. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll. Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. The senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. If we could go back to page 11, House Bill 2207.
Yes, Senator.
Having voted on the prevailing side by which we adopted the conference committee report, I ask that we reconsider that vote.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the Senate adopt the conference committee report on House Bill 2207 be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their votes. Aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll. Ayes 40, no 0. The motion is agreed to. The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant.
Mr. President, having previously been explained, I move that we adopt the conference committee report.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate adopt the conference committee report? All in favor of the motion will record their votes. Aye. Those opposed, nor are the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their votes? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The motion is agreed to. The senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, inquiry of the cookie clerk. Have we completed all of the conference committee reports that are available to us?
Yes, sir.
Madam Clerk, can you give us a general idea of what is outstanding?
We have generally Senate bill, 11 Senate bills, and 15 House bills.
Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
We've got approximately 25 conference committee reports that are still outstanding. And for those of you that are involved in any of those conference committee reports, I would encourage you, in fact, I would emphatically encourage you to try to get those resolved. We're going to come in at approximately 9:30, I believe. The senator from Bedford at 9:30. We will be voting on the budget around 10 o'clock, and I would say that if you have not completed those conference committee reports by that time, they are in serious jeopardy of taking a long nap.
Thank you, Senator. Is there any other business to come before the Senate?
Mr. President.
The senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Point of personal privilege.
The senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I rise to discuss the national epidemic with real impacts here in Virginia. We've all heard the stories of how rising college tuition costs and universities are having a profound impact on college students and their families. Our nation's young people nationwide have accumulated well over $1 trillion in student debt. How on earth will they ever pay it back? How could this happen? Well, there's an unfortunate convergence of events. The economic collapse of the housing industry in 2008, the worst ever post-recession economic recovery, the national GDP growing at well less than 3% for more than 8 years, persistently stagnant wages in state legislatures across the country, being forced to allow the cost of tuition, room, and board to rise unabated since the turn of the century. All of these facts converge us here today. Here in Virginia, the statistics are shocking. In the last decade, tuition and fees at UVA, CNU, VCU have more than doubled, and at William & Mary has tripled. Since 2001-2002 academic year, the Consumer Price Index has increased 35%, and the Higher Education Price Index has increased 53%. But over this same time, William & Mary's tuition and fees increased 344.2%. At Virginia Tech, the percentage has increased 248%. Northern Virginia Community College, 350%. The path is unsustainable for Virginia students and their families and for society as a whole. Virginia needs to change our policies. Once we get our revenues climbing, and again, because of the better economy, we should freeze tuition and fees, ensuring that tuition and fees will not increase during the 4 years that class is in school. And when setting tuition for each entering class, the maximum increase in tuition should be tied to the Consumer Price Index or the National Wage Average Index. There has to be some nexus between what our colleges and universities need to operate and what is happening in the real-world economy. Furthermore, we should prohibit the use of tuition and revenue from in-state students to provide financial assistance to an in-state student or out-of-state student. And we should prohibit the use of state debt proceeds or state tax revenues towards financial assistance for out-of-state students. This year's revenue shortfall made a tuition cap or freeze impossible. But as the economy recovers and goes forward and new tax revenues are generated, a significant portion of those revenues should be set aside for colleges and universities so that we can reduce the burden on our students and families. We have to stop balancing the budget on the backs of Virginia's college students. The national student debt tops $1 trillion. We have to get serious about keeping the costs of college affordable for Virginia's families so that when college students graduate, they have an opportunity to improve their lives without the yoke of a massive debt holding them back. I sincerely hope that next year we will have the ability and the wisdom to adopt these new policies. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Is there any other business to come before the Senate? The clerk will please report any announcements on the desk.
Tomorrow, Saturday, February 25th, both caucuses will meet 1/2 hour before session. Republicans, Senate Room 2, Democrats, Senate Room 1. Weekend weather. A strong cold front will arrive in the region late tonight, bringing with it a line of thunderstorms to the far western part of the Commonwealth. The threat for severe weather will be greatest in the Bristol district, with strong wind gusts along with a potential for 1-inch hail. The line of thunderstorms will transition eastward, affecting the rest of the Commonwealth into the day Saturday. Bring your umbrella.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate stand adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow morning? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate stand adjourned until 9:30 in the morning.